Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into a slightly delayed Flying with Mike. We got things up and running a little quicker. Uh, we really had all intentions of a 1500 Zulu startup. And, well, when you have a 3-year-old granddaughter in the house, yeah, things can get a little interesting. And, we got a tag team while we're watching her today and tomorrow. So that's the little bit of the delay. We had fun, though. That's, in the ultimate scheme, hey, it's always fun with the grandkids. The wife needed to run something up for one of our other granddaughters in daycare, and because of situations between our 3-year-old's mom and the daycare, hey, we're watching her on Mondays every so often, or maybe every Monday. I don't know. I'm just here for them. But know this: we'll still try to get a stream in on Mondays somehow, some way. Today, we're gonna yeah, we're going to try this one more time with Level Up. I have not had much. We've had some luck with Level Up. Of late, not much luck. And we're going to give it a try again. A little long distance for a 737-700, although, unbeknownst to me, they actually fly to Orlando from here. Which that's a little bit of a longer haul than what we're doing. We're going from San Diego to the Big D, as we told you, Dallas, Love Field. They're over in oh, I got California somehow up here. What? Oh my goodness, hang on, hang on. What did I do? Please tell me I caught my mistake elsewhere. Of course not. Oh my goodness. No, Dallas Love Field is not in California. It's in Texas. Oh boy. That means I got a couple little fixes to do here. Thankfully, it's nothing super major. There we go. Actually, it's kind of a airport I kind of like going into. I also thought about Chicago Midway, and I thought, I don't know. With the troubles we had into San Diego, and then shorten it by about 2,000 feet, I don't think so. So Dallas Love, while still a shortened runway, sort of, kind of, we do have an 8,000-foot runway to put it down on if we need to. So, and last night wasn't a great sleeping night. We tried going to bed a little early so we could be ready for the ball of energy that would wake up. And I had a hard time going to bed early. So it's Mr. Caffeine today, Mr. Coffee into the veins. So on that note, let me just get some screens back to the way they were. Let's get up here into the cockpit. Now you're going, why isn't the jetway connected? Due time, due time. All right, so basically what we've done is the preliminary get the plane up and ready to start going. For that, we got a couple more things I want to do, but for the most part, we've done all of our basic checks, and most of those occur here in what I call the mid part of your overhead panel, where you've got your batteries, your standby power, your external power, getting all of that in place. We have not started the alignment yet. That's anywhere from 5 to 8, 9 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark. I've seen it start at. So we kind of hold that upper part of this overhead panel for just a few. Window heat's on. Now, one thing you'll notice, and Bad Attitude pointed that, well, let me know that the 737-700 does not have a trim air switch. Be curious what their alternative is to that, if there is such an animal. Plus, I thought we had 2 recirculating valves on the 800, maybe just 1. But there are some little differences like that in the panel, but overall it's the same. So if you're curious. All right, engine hydraulics are on. Well, technically they're off because the engine's off, but they're kept in the on position. Electric switches are off for A and B. Fuel all off for now, and we're ready to get up to the top panel here. Now, this would have been done first, but I like to do this with y'all because, yeah, I like to poke fun at Boeing. That's a pretty good, nice, loud alarm. Lets you know you're, over speeding the aircraft. That's important, yeah. I think this one's more important. Barely hear it. You're gonna have to rely on the stick shaker. To me, fire warning, stall warning, overspeed, in that order is how the audibles ought to be loud enough to hear. Plus, of course, you got your stick shaker for the stall. Reason I say all this, several years ago there was a tragic, and most crashes are tragic, tragic crash of a Air France A330. I think it was a 200, but it might have been 300. But anyway, the flight crew, all supposedly seasoned, and I'm sure they were, to include their pretty high up senior captain. And the aircraft got into a stall in some pretty bad storms. Would you believe they couldn't recognize a stall? Now, I don't know, the fact that they're, more likely even in a Boeing, their hands may not be actually on the stick, or in the case of a Boeing, wheel. But alarms should be going off in a way to tell them the aircraft is stalling. But technically, they should have kind of known that. But anyway, hence a very tragic, that could have been averted with basic flight knowledge. And I do attribute it that stall warning is very quiet. Now, this is a flight sim. I don't know what it sounds like in a real plane. If that is the actual sound in the airplane, to me, when you throw in aircraft noise, wind noise, and all the noise that goes on in a cockpit, you would never hear that. I'm going to try something. Just something hit my mind. No ECAM message either. Yeah, that was my other thought. Maybe it puts a message up for them as long as they're looking, and monitoring their gauges. But anyway, I've digressed. But yeah, that's one thing that kind of really irks at me, especially in lieu of that crash. There may have been other factors, but all of them did not recognize how to get out of the situation they got into. Seriously, those of us that have had basic flight, have private pilot licenses, know, push the stick forward. Also get on the rudders in case we get into a slight spin. That was it. That was all that needed to be done. But again, I don't have the full report from whatever agency wrote it up of everything, and I don't know if they'll ever get into all of it. So anyway, just a little side note that one of the reasons I've kind of moved away from Boeing and kind of like the buses a little better. I like the fact that, I was once told you couldn't tell what's wrong with them. I see that more in a Boeing than I do Airbus. So anyway, but we're going to enjoy the flight no matter what. ELT's armed, dome lights off, service phones off, and reverser lights are off, meaning we're not in reverse thrust, and the electronic engine controls are on. Okay, we're going to align. If you move your display selector on the IRS to heading status, it'll tell you how many minutes. There's a line. And soon on DC. I wonder. I see GPS, ILS, GLS. I wonder how that all works out. Okay, let's go to nav. And let's get going. All right, so we've gotten everything on that upper panel taken care of. Let's move on down here and start processing the FMC a little bit. So when that timer does get to 0 and they're ready to align, they align on the right spot. SAN. Now what I do is just go with the GPS where we're at. Today's an even day, so I'll go with the right side. And you can pick however you want. It really is not anything to worry about. All right, we're going to hold right there. We're going to head over here and get that jetway in here and get our butts to work. Okay, before we go on from here, what kind of a flight do we have? Well, let's take a look at it in Sim Toolkit. By the way, we are on VATSIM. Okay, for the loadout today, 34,040 pounds. Should put us up around 158, 159. Now, when you're flying Zebo or LevelUp, you can pretty well bank. These numbers are going to show and be very close when you do your FMS. We got 148 peeps aboard, 8,000 pounds of cargo, maybe more. And we're going to take off runway 27, plan 13 left into Big D. Zuzu for departure, GBN, J50 to SSO, J4 to Inc, direct Big Toe, and the backer for arrival. Cost index dispatch gave us was 13 and 37,000. Not bad. Let's see. All right, for departure out of here, winds 310 at 4, and it's a balmy 68 degrees in Southern Cal. What? Yeah, middle of summer, 68 degrees. That's where we want to. We can't afford to live there, but that's a place to live. Comfortable temperatures and all that good stuff. It never rains, in Southern California, but they complain they're always without water. I wonder why. If you don't get rain, you don't get water. Kind of. Anyway. Over in the Big D, right now winds 230 at 7 with some gusts to 14. 10 miles of visibility and just a few clouds to bug us at the moment, coming in 13 left. And at this time, no ATC is online. Otherwise, if they would, they could put an ATIS out and that ATIS would show up on that briefing. So as you can see, just a little bit of storminess over as we enter into Texas. New Mexico, Texas area. That's it, except for what's, they keep talking rain here in St. Louis. Thankfully, we didn't get much. So, all right, so there you have it. And while we're cleaning up from that, I hope you all enjoyed FS Expo, those that made it out to Providence. Would have loved to have been there, but you know, life is life. So hope you all enjoyed. And as I've been saying on the last couple of flights, wherever it ends up, and actually one of the choices people can vote on is in my backyard. Um, That's right. I got a big backyard out here for y'all. Y'all can play out in the storms with all the lightning and tornadoes and hail. No. Boy, I'm really selling the city, aren't I? But no, seriously, here St. Louis was one of the choices. But, you know, any of them I would love to travel to or go to if it's here in where I live. So, but I hope y'all enjoyed. I'd like to see what one of these is like and learn what I can learn from them. So I hope y'all enjoyed. But it's time to get back at it, as they say. Let's load the OFP, Operating Flight Plan. Does that look right? No. Why does it not look right? Oh, okay. For some reason, we're 10 people lighter on this one, but our zero fuel weight is up there. So that kind of tells me our empty weight is wrong in the plane. I will have to get in there and fix that. Anyway, 22,100 pounds of fuel, 8,100 pounds of cargo, 118,159. That's what we said. There's the activate button. Here comes the jetway. All right, with the jetway in place, we'll begin to hear some creaks and groans and all of that. Hey, it's an old plane. What do you expect? That's what I feel like. I'm an old grumpy man here. All right, let's take a look outside. We may see a fuel truck, we may not. But yeah, there's graphics missing. It's kind of got me a little. I may have to just get rid of it and put it back and get a fresh install. But anyway, we'll find out with this flight, won't we? All right. Coat Cutter just subscribed. Thank you so much for the subscribe at tier 1. We sure appreciate that. Wow. Welcome aboard. Let's see where we're at here. I think I heard. Yeah, cargo refueling. Yeah, I've lost all of the audio of all of that good stuff that goes on out there. So we'll make the best of it. But again, Coat Cutter, thanks. Oh, Ramsey Hartman as well subscribed. Gifted. Ramsey gifted one. Thank you, sir. But hey, we'll take you both. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I'll read the screen a little better next time. All right, let's get going. Back down here. Let's get this FMC up and going so we can get up and going. Okay. Now, one thing I do recommend to a lot of pilots out there, put it in map mode. I know, I can already hear them groaning, but that takes so long. Not really. It sure is better than the alternative of explaining to ATC why my airplane went so bad, and most of you won't. All right, so we'll request the flight plan. Mainly, it comes down to a couple of things. One, you had to change a runway approach, which then made you put the star back in. By doing both of those, it sent it back to the beginning of that arrival. And I'll show you a trick to get around that. Uh-oh, did I screw up? I think I did. I did. Let's do it again. I forgot to load it. But yeah, that's where that comes in. The other one is the discontinuities. There we go. Now I can go clear, 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 clear. So those are your two biggies, and that's why going through it in plan mode, yeah, it may seem like a waste of time, but it actually in the long run helps you out. Especially, we've had a couple flights here of late where discontinuities got us. But again, the little trick I'll show helps a lot. All right, so here's our leg page. Starting from jetty, that's our departure, but I'll go in and physically put it in there, working off of whatever we have for a ATIS. And you go, what? Let me bring in charts. All right, so here's that NavGraph charts program that allows you to go, that's just too expensive. Well, to meet the flight sim requirement of having accurate charts on board and accurate information about ATCs and all, I'll spend a little money there. Plus, in the U.S. and U.S. territories, the big airports, you'll get the real ATIS, Airport Terminal Information System. Basically, it's the tower ground, whoever sets it up, letting you know what you read right here. That actually goes out on the frequency. And pilots hear it. Pilots are then abreast of, especially the NOTAMs. JLI, it's a VOR, out of service. Call for release, in effect, for aircraft landing. Denver, Phoenix, contact 5 or contact CD5. These are things you need to know to be able to push out of a small, single runway airport. A lot of aircraft. And this all helps to help flow that traffic, let alone what's above where I started, the actual runways and all in use. Over anywhere else, you would get transition levels where you switch from the barometric pressure at the moment, be it Q&A or a hectopascal or inches of mercury, to a standard number or back. So those are very important because each country has its own ways. Some countries, airports have their own. So you really got to watch that. Charts can help, but usually they're not what actually is in play. But that would be here as well. Now, let's say San Diego came up with somebody, or say Los Angeles Center comes up. They could drop an ATIS on us, and that would be when VATSIM shows us something. So right now, runway 27, that's all we care about. All right, runway 27, done. Zoo for departure. Activate. Now, we are going to GBN. Let's look at that departure real quick. So we got Meatball, T-Gold, and what is that one called? Gila Bend VOR, GBN. That's where we're going, and that's what we're going to select. Now, when you're doing approaches, there could, in the U.S., be transitions to that, and they would be listed off here. Don't forget to select those. But we're in departure. We don't have to worry. Click. Now we go to legs. Okay, Chetty, Zoo, and oh yeah, and then there's Senza as well. I forgot about that one, headed down to Mikiko. All right, and Rim, and then Jory Raj, whatever, Grider, Grooves, Blues, Imperial, IPL, BZA, then on to Hogs, Mohawk, Judith, and GBN. Now, what I recommend, once you hit GBN, what we're going to do is kind of look to make sure all of these are indeed correct. on our flight. So TOTEC, hey, what you do that for, Wilson? What you do, Wilson? Let's see, TFD, TOTEC is right there. Okay, item, SSO in Arizona, EWM. And you can be looking at your map here and seeing how things are going. All right, Connie, Inc., and BGTOE. Now, the bad thing, at least with flight sim Boeings, I am going to do the same thing, except I am going to now include our approach. Come down here, pick approach available. Okay, we already know the Bacher 4 we're doing. We're coming into 1-3 left. Let's look at 1-3 left real quick. Okay, we're coming in 7,700 feet of runway, so we're going to eat it all up probably, or very close to. We may get lucky and get off at Mike 2, but most likely Mike 1. Taxi back to our gate. Now, we have an ILS out to here, or we can shoot our navs. Now, if you're curious and think about wanting to fly one of these, open that little chart emblem, and there you can see we'll come in from, first off, let me close that off. How does this end? Take a look at Bacher to noke me. Okay, so we're going to be coming in, I believe, there's BGTOE, along this line, descending as you see to Bacher, knock me. All right, so then it's on to knock me. And that's where this one starts. And the turn-in point, CGEP is, you're about 2.5, 3 miles out. Now, you could choose to extend, come in on the ILS, or you could shoot these RNAVs. Let's see where X-ray works. Comes in at Needham, Yankee. So really it is Zulu that would be, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to do that one. Which one did I say? Whiskey? So we're going to come in at Knock Me. And we're going to give this a run for its money. Could be fun, could be a go around and we come back around. We'll see. So there you see it there. So now let's get rid of charts. How do we program this in? So now let's go to departure arrival. For now, we're going to set it up. We said whiskey, right, for 1-3 left. Knock me. Bachelor, BGTOE. Select. Execute. Legs. This is what I hate. Now we got to go back through it. Find out where we left off, right here. And now you can see we're stepping it off looking for things. BGTOE. And I'm going to be looking at the chart. So it should be Shilly, Angst, Punky. I'm not worried about altitudes right now. I'm just worried that the fixes are right. Tuffet, Rively. Where's Rively? Big Tex, Quinn, Redden, Bacher. Vectors to Noke Me. Knock me, Noke me, Woopag. Arnav. WPAG, Abar, Hexa, Kumit, Kumti. Oh, wait, I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. There we go. And then from Zigbee to the runway. All right, missed approach for this is, hang on, wrong chart. There we go, dumpy. And I think, yeah, we'll go into a hold there. The other thing, since I didn't put anything referencing an alternate, you don't get any of that here. But today's alternate is, survey says, Shreveport, Louisiana, which would be right there. So it gives you an idea if we got to go somewhere. There it is. All right, so there you have it. Like I said, it does take a couple of minutes, but it's well worth it. What you're basically looking for are discontinuities. Vectors are okay, or you can clear them up, because in this case, we're going direct, which is what I'm going. Now I'm going to leave it. So let's get back to the top. Everything looks good. And charts is clear. And then all you got to do is come up here, flip it back to map. There we go. All right, next thing and last thing, really. Let's go back to route. I'll do a route copy real quick. And then let's get our perf int going. Fuel's on. Request is in. There it is. There is nothing to accept here. We're just putting in the data that's in the aircraft. 118.2, is that correct? Why am I looking there? It's never easy to find. 118.2, 22.1, good. We're saying 370 will be our flight level. Okay, and now this reserve. I'm going to do a couple things here because what's coming up next is N1 limits, which is our landing data or takeoff data. Now, we don't have the EFB like we do TOLUS. We can use SimBrief, and I'm going to show that here with Sim Toolkit. So first, we need our reserve. Okay, let's bring up SimBrief. Over here, let's view the flight plan. Okay, everything looks right, even though that's 138 now. So come down here to Briefing, Preview, Show Details. All right, now, if you're in the Lido or default view where you have not changed what the view is going to look like to you here, it's going to look different. Okay, I have it set up for American Airlines. You know, hey, you know what? But on the default, if you come down from the upper information, right below it is your fuel. Right at the bottom of your fuel information, you're going to see FMS text details, something like that. Look for Alt Reserve, I think it is. I forget how it's actually worded. In our case, it'll be 6.8. It could say there. That's what I will put in. And everything else looks good. Execute. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and move us over to the N1 page. You can't see that right now. I don't know if I can. Let me try again. That speed brake valve gets in the way a lot. Well, we'll try the best we can. Okay, now let's get out of this, hide details. Now let's go to either takeoff performance up here in the upper right-hand corner or performance tools. The only difference between the two, performance and tools, you're going to have to basically fill in everything. Now, positive to it, you get a map that tells you where V1 rotate V2 is. It also will tell you the runway slope if you do page 2 on your takeoff page in the FMS. Most of you that I watch your streams care less about that page. And quite frankly, I get it. You just want to fly. Just a couple seconds to enter it out. Yeah, I'm heavily on caffeine right now. Now, let me close that out. Oh, dashboard. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. View flight plan. All right, so now if we go up to takeoff performance, it's all filled in for you. The only thing you may have to do, let's just say you already know you're taking off, say in this case, runway 9, change the runway number. But you're not going in here getting the takeoff weight, although I like to double check that. 139,766. I came across one of these aircraft once where this said like 179. It was for some reason taking the max. A wee bit heavier than we really were. So always double check that and then just calculate. You're set to go. These are your numbers. The only thing missing up here is the runway slope. Everything else you can fill in page 2 off of. But for the first page, the N1 limits, we're going to go takeoff, D-rate takeoff, flap 1 under 49 degrees. Now, realize it's telling you here speeds increase to improve climb limits. So our V1 rotate and V2 will be different when we calculate out. All right. So let's see if I can do this without too much problems and you all can see it. It's a pain in the rump. I know that. All right. So we said takeoff derated. So we're going to do a takeoff at 49. And it doesn't tell us our climb. So let's just be patient. Let the system tell us. Climb 2. I'm going to do a quick look at charts. Make sure nothing requires steepness. I think we can make 11,000 or higher by Georgia. By Jor RJ. That's when we start getting into that ridge behind us. So I think we're okay. Let's go to takeoff. Click CG to start with. Just making sure you all can see that still. All right. Now, many of you would just rush up here, put flaps 1 in, and do your number. Let's go to page 2, show you just how easy it is. All right. Up here at the top gives you your runway wind, 290 at 4. Put it in exactly like you see it, 290 diagonal 4. Okay, from SimBrief. Let's close this and this real quick. Come up here to the flight log. Slope is right there, 3 from the bottom. I'll highlight it. And currently there is no slope. So good. Look at that. There isn't any to worry about that we can put in. Let's put it that way. So back to SimBrief, takeoff, calculate, still there. So we don't have to worry about the slope. Okay, so let's just put up 0.0 diagonal. Now it wants the runway heading. That's actually on there, folks, right there for you. I highlighted it, 275. Boom. Now, 21 degrees, outside air temperature, 21 degrees. And everything else you can just leave as is. Now, let's just say we had a wet runway. We would see that over here. Actually, you would see that here too. Runway dry. So it's not a tough page. Go back, put in flaps 1. There's the speeds they're calculating in the plane. Now, remember, the numbers here say it. Increase to improve climb limits. So 140, 141, 147. I'm going to go with those. 140, 141. Neat airplane. If you ever get a chance to see one, look it up, C-141. There we go. Everything's ready to go now. Very simple to use tool on SimBrief. I hope you all use it. It really helps out a lot. Now, Airbus, hey guys, that's on the EFB. You really don't need to look at it. But if you really want to and, verify, go for it. There's nothing saying you can't. I don't know what the heck I just did. I'm going to have to find out. Hang on. I hate when I accidentally hit the wrong one. Oh, wrong one. Oh. Okay. That incrementally put the flaps down. I didn't realize that. I'm glad I looked it up. Okay, so we're basically just about ready to go. Let me get the APU on, and we're going to start boarding people. I am remiss in that, sorry. Hopefully this airplane will fly a lot better. Like I said, if it doesn't, once we get to Dallas, wrap the flight up, I will have to do take it out, reload it and see how it does. I must have screwed it up somewhere. All right, we're just waiting on the peeps to all get aboard. All right, Southwest, get that big barricade out, close it around them, and shove them into the plane. No, they don't do that. Oh, boy, that would kind of scare me if they did, I think. All right, we're ready to go on all fronts here. All we got to do is get the middle panel set up. So 147 is V2. We'll set 157. I like V2 plus 10. 275 we said on the runway heading. Which, by the way, will take us right out there. Just in case ATC comes up, let's take a look for any directions we're given. 15,000. Okay. And flight director on. Flight director on. Okay. Landing gears down 3 green. And if we look up top when we were doing those checks, got a landing gear indication there too. We're aligned, so we'll go to PPOS. There's what you're used to. Flaps are up, showing up, spoilers down. Lever in the down. Okay, and cutoff, fuel control switches are in cutoff. And parking brake set. Actually, passengers boarding, we're up to 40%. We got 138 peeps coming aboard. So it'll take a few seconds. But again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. We're a service from San Diego. Hang on a second. Let's let you all see the pretty nice scenery here in San Diego. The only thing I see truly missing is I think it's the Midway is the carrier here. And you can see, now granted, I've had to turn down my settings a little bit to help my frame rates. Hey, it's a 5-year-old computer. Not bad for 5 years. Mike Brown does a great job. But yeah, you come down over that to land. So kind of think London City, where you come through the city to land on it, but not as, you know, not as visual, if you will, with buildings and all. But it's still impressive. And it's a localizer, not an ILS. All right, so again, that's San Diego. And like I said, in the real world, all of that's filled in that I've seen on Google. And like I said, the only thing really missing is the aircraft carrier that's moored here that I've seen. Now, whether it's just stored and getting ready to be scrapped, that I don't know. Quick reference. Okay, we're up to 60%. Got our CTAF channel already, so we're ready to go. Oh, I was wondering where that name tag was. Right there. Okay. So, like I said, for those of you that went to the expo, hope you enjoyed. What little I've seen of it, sorry. I really just haven't seen many images coming out. I do hope you enjoyed it, though. Looks like a great time. And like I say, if it, you know, wherever it's at next year, I hope to make it. All right, let's get our minimums in here at 400. Okay, and I think we're ready. As soon as we hear the words, we got them all on board. I don't know if we'll hear that or not. Also, if you're curious about what version you have, you click right here. That tells you what you have for LevelUp and the flight model. If you want to do and incorporate Zebo's information into it, there is a video at the Zebo site to show you how to do that. I am running with 0.41. However, yesterday's flight was 0.40 actually in Zebo. So I may, like I say, if I get rid of this, then it'll be to 0.40. Yes, we're in the old, what they call desert colors for, and no, there are no people in this version. All right. All right, jetway's away.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
Perfect, even the door. Okay, let me try and look. All right, door's closed. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. First thing I want to do we have? No, we don't. All right, so let's go to CTAF. Okay, final checks for pushback. System B. Actually, let's get this on legs. System B on. Fuel pumps with fuel on. I think, let me look. I'm gonna hold on the center tanks for a little bit. They'll take off. Collision lights on.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Hang on. Let me look here for what we have to do. Okay, so we're going to come back. Face that way. I really don't know what they would really do in real life, so I am just going to kind of straight back into a little bit, and that's it. Okay. Sometimes it's kind of nice. They don't get it, but then the ground crews already know.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
I think about right about here.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
And then we're going to use Bravo to Bravo 1.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Awesome. Straight back, please. Again, thanks for flying with us today, and I hope you all have had a great weekend.
So
I actually
connected
did.
and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Break off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right. Okay, we're on. Bleed air's on.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, we got 2 engines lit up here. As soon as we get the valves and the start valve closed, we'll be ready to continue. All right, let's get up.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Thanks for the pushback. And for those curious, it is a free utility in X-Plane. Very simple to install. You ought to check it out if you have X-Plane. All right, I think, let's check. No warnings. No warnings, good. All right, continuing on, flaps to, we said 1. Let's get a timer going on this side. Okay, auto brake reject. All right, taxi lights, here we go. And let's go ahead, go to, we'll leave where we are with that. I think we're set. Oh, one thing. Let's go to the status page. And I want to San Diego traffic, Southwest 5211, taxi to runway 27. Now let's see if I remember some neat things. The Coast Guard actually is on this airport, except you got to cross that busy highway. Oh, those two hangars in the distance right here. That's Coast Guard. You actually got to cross that busy highway. I never seen it. Well, I've never been to San Diego, so I don't know. But yeah, it's a neat thing where the helicopters, C-130 could get over there if need be, that the Coast Guard has. All right, final checks. We're going to blank. And we are going to go to TARA. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks, we're back with you, and my 3-year-old is gonna watch. So now I got to be on my P's and Q's for this takeoff. I am talking to the people out there in the world of Twitch and YouTube. And anyone else here? Nope. San Diego traffic, Southwest 5211 departing 27 Zuzu 4 departure. And there's the Coast Guard for those that were curious. There's a taxiway that runs, I think, right off here, right across that busy road and right over to their hangars. Kind of unique. All right. Again, we're taking off D rate takeoff 49 degrees. V1 140, 141, 147, ready to go.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Alrighty, we're cleared for takeoff. Let's get those center pumps on now. Okay, we are stable. Here we go.
knots.
Feels a lot better this flight.
V1 rotate. Positive right. Gear up.
Much better flying characteristics today.
$1,000.
Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Expo is in Minneapolis next year. You keep missing this message. I do, and I apologize. I kept holding out hope that it might just be a short 60-mile drive up the street to the expo here in St. Louis, but we'll take Minneapolis. Heck yeah, we'll head up there. It's not often you get to hear something you like to do in your backyard. Kind of like you. All right, flaps are up. When did they actually come out with that, though, Scotsman? Because I haven't seen anything on any of the Discord feeds. And I'm not on many, but I'm on quite a few, but not a lot. So Minneapolis, okay. I'm not figure out where that is in Minneapolis, but a lot of great things up there from what I hear. I never got to see them in the truck. Always headed up to Whirlpool to pick up a load of dishwashers, refrigerators, and all to bring either to St. Louis. Oh, at the end of the show? Yeah, I didn't catch anything in Discord. Wow. Guys, what'd they do? Tell you to keep it secret? Secret. That's awesome. Minneapolis. So, yeah, I'll have to make that short journey up there. I'll be honest, I was kind of actually hoping for Vegas to get a nice long flight, but or longer flight, but I think I'll fly up there instead of drive. I don't know. We'll have to see. May have to actually go the old way I used to come back from Minneapolis to St. Louis. Pretty sure the old rickety bridge, oh man, that got a beating back in the floods of, I guess that would have been 93. Oh man, did that bridge take a beating. But I think that's finally gone. Or I just want to see where I was actually on that bridge, the Moines River at Keokuk, and a house hit it, or a barn, one of the two. It's the middle of the night. Scared the you-know-what out of me. And then they made me drive through the Mississippi River for some reason. Oh, those were the fun days, folks. I had to take a shortcut. No, the highway, which is about a mile or two from the river, was underwater. That's how much water came in. And here's the, if you want to call it funny, to that story, once I got past all of that calamity, I could see it. I got past Quincy on that highway, approaching Hannibal, and so that's the highway I think it's 61. But anyway, that's irrelevant. But a couple days later, a kid blew the levee there at Quincy and flooded out the whole area where trucks and everything were now finding new ways. Let's see. The Scotsman has returned with. He's a member of the Flight Sim Association with the Captain subscription and have access. Oh, Mr. In the Know. Cool. He's the one to ask. It'll be in St. Paul, so that's actually closer to the main airport. Cool. Very cool. I'll have to start working on making arrangements. All right, we're at 15,000 feet. And still no ATC. Still no ATC. Let me bump us back to Unicom. And let's go ahead and make our push once we level off here. By the way, that took 6 minutes. Normally, you might get a departure clearance, climb and maintain 5,000. Expect in our case 15,000. Say 10 minutes after departure, or flight level 370, 10 minutes after departure. Here's 3 minutes to that. So we are going to now set, double check. Well, that is awesome. It's going to be in Minneapolis. couple of ways I can get there besides with the old thumb up in the air. Okay, and away we go. In a beautiful balloon. Okay, granted, a little more powerful than a balloon, but that's awesome. Oh, nice. 4-hour drive for you. For me, I'd have to actually look into it. What I used to do would be probably the closest to a straight line, but I have learned the interstates may still beat that if I line it up right. So I'll have to check into it, but if you're doing it from interstate from St. Louis, it'd be 55, 155. No, 55 to is that 37 to 94, I think, goes into Minneapolis. But if you want to go the way I used to in the truck, I could tell you offline. But you get on 380 in Iowa. Run that up, and I know most of that's now interstates, so wasn't back then. That is awesome. Thanks, Scotsman, for that news flash. Kind of shocked I didn't see it on X-Plane. What is going on with them? Uh-oh, release notes. Oh, okay. What? I already did that. Huh. Interesting. All right, had to put that great information out to the masses of Flying with Mike, who are unfortunately probably working at this time. So I will be right back. I'm going to go check in with my granddaughter and rest of fam that's here. Be right back. right, folks, sorry for that. So, recap, we are San Diego to Dallas Love Field, not DFW, the other field in Dallas, which you could really say is home to Southwest, but other airlines are there as well. So I hope y'all enjoy. And if you haven't heard, again, thank you, Iowa Scotsman, for the news. Looks like FS Expo next year is Minneapolis. And if it's in St. Paul, that probably puts it close to the airport, which really is cool. And if you're not familiar with Minneapolis, and I don't know what kind of advertising they've put out yet, the Mall of America is there, and it's one of the largest. I don't know if it still is the largest, because King of Prussia in Philly, that thing is gigantic. But it's a very big mall. They have amusement rides inside of it and everything. Last I heard. So anyway, Minneapolis. So I am trying to figure out if I'm driving or flying. But I am going to seriously really look into trying to make this one, since it's in my literally in my backyard. Granted, about a 6 to 8 hour drive, but still a lot better than 15, 16, 17 hour drive to Providence from here. So that would have been a flight on Southwest. So, all right. Let's enjoy the flight, folks. We've got, oh, I didn't put that timer up. Looks like about an hour, 2 hours to go. And we'll be in the Minneapolis area. Also, thanks to Ramsey Hartman for the gift sub given out earlier today. We sure appreciate that. Much appreciative. Great day, great day. So hope you all enjoy it, and let's just keep on flying. Oh. June 12th through the 14th. Stand by, folks. Checking in with the boss. Uh-oh. Did I just see something or not? All right. I just got that scheduled on my calendar, so I am going to definitely try to make that. All right. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, getting on Twitch here on my phone. Missing too much again. All right, sorry for that. Getting a lot of stuff going here in the background. All right, so we are high above the desert. Let's see, where do they plot us at? Coming into Judith. We're about to get to the transition of GBN, and we're showing just under an hour and 45 minutes to our destination, Dallas Love Field. Hope you enjoy. All right, so I hope y'all are enjoying the flight. We're just getting a couple of nice clips out there to the YouTube world, let them know we're up and flying. Hope y'all tell your friends. We'd love to have you aboard in the original. Well, when I first started seeing Southwest, this is what they look like. Many of you can tell other, schemes and all. But I've seen this as far back as 727 or 2 they had. So it can't be too far off. All right. And I'm still, I'll be honest, tossing it up and down and everywhere about potentially joining Southwest Virtual. I just fly for so many right now, it actually can get tough to stay current with them all. And adding another one could just make it even that much harder. Even though I do love taking, even if it is just the 800 up for a spin, if the level D isn't doing that well, I love doing that. And level D, level up. Sorry, the old FSX days of flying the 767 came back at me. So, oh man, I love that plane, by the way, in FSX level D. Hopefully, Flight Factor will I know there's another update out there for it. I'll have to get that installed and see how that helps me. I'm really looking forward to the one that they finally fixed the radars, especially with 2.3 looming as the announcement said. That's when the weather radars are to be updated. I'm not sure really what to expect, like many of you, but kind of looking forward to it. Okay, enough fun over there in the shorts. But like I said, yeah, we're running shorts to help in the promotion of these. It seems to help a little, but you know, a little goes a long way, they say. So that's what we're trying out. But we thank you all so much great community here, great stream. Right now, about an hour and a half, about an hour and 45 minutes to go. This livery, by the way, comes in a 5-pack of the different. One of them, 728, wouldn't come in properly, so we had 4. One of them's Nolan Ryan Express. This one has Southwest.com on the winglets. The others Southwest, and also, it's kind of neat seeing the old retro style. They have the new blue over orange with this tail, and then they have the blue over orange, the whole plane, and or over red, whatever you call that color. I mean, if I call it red or orange, someone's gonna, no, that's actually maroon. So sorry, I'm not a color guy. I'm gonna call it what I see: red, orange. All right, center tanks are empty. Turn those off. See if we have anything special. Let's go ahead, go to, we'll keep them in continuous since it says off. All right, center pumps are empty. Keep the AP and the FMC checks going. And we are currently headed to TFD VOR. All right, there we have it. Let me bring charts in one more time. One more time. Give you an idea of what we have. What we've done is we've turned on the multiplayer, or what do they call this? Online traffic networking. So basically you're seeing what's on VATSIM. You're also seeing the weather radar, as is right now, and I'm going to go ahead and center it. So you can see it's not looking real bad for us at all. And when you fly a morning flight, a lot of times into Dallas, that's when you want to do it. You get much later into the afternoon, you get that heating going, and it can start rocking and rolling in Dallas. I don't know their forecast right now, but the one flight we know personally, we came back in September from Vancouver off cruise. We did the Alaskan cruise. By the way, I am plugging this. I wish I was getting paid. You want to go on a phenomenal cruise. I don't care if you start in Alaska, come to the States, vice versa, or just start in the States or Vancouver, go up and back to the Inside Passage. You will not be disappointed. That is a phenomenal cruise. Could be some rough waters getting to that Inside Passage. Once you get in there, it's like smooth as glass. And most of the boat movements are done at night in the Inside Passage on the way to Vancouver and back, or to it could be a little rough because you're out in the open water. But oh my gosh, you have not seen God's country until you step foot in Alaska. Holy mackerel. A lot of places can say they are. Wow. Even on a cruddy day like we had in Anchorage, I just sat there and went, oh my gosh. Simply spectacular. The inside passage blows you away because of how green and lush it is. And when you read what latitude you're at, you're like, huh? It's a rainforest of all things. Of all things, that far north, you have what's called a rainforest. It is just magnificent. So anyway, if you get a chance, take a cruise in Alaska. See Skagway, Juneau. See all of the different points you can. It's amazing up there, folks. It really is. But back to my story, since I got sidetracked there. Boy, what a great sidetrack. That is just, wow. Probably one of the best vacations we've had, me and my wife. Just spectacular up there. Anyway, coming back from Vancouver, not only did we get to see the wildfires that had erupted in the Pacific Northwest, working its way through Colorado, all the way down the mountains. You could see the plumes of fire and all. I think we're at like 39,000, whatever it was. But we came into DFW at a pretty deep. We had about a 2-hour, I think, layover. It's plenty of time. Plus the fact you get pre-cleared in Vancouver, so that makes the just like stepping off a plane from San Antonio to Green Bay via Dallas. You know, you step off, a couple, and get right on. It's, when you get pre-cleared, it's real easy. You don't have to deal with customs. But the flight from Dallas to St. Louis, on the other hand, thunderstorms hit. And add to it, the plane we were waiting on, well, they switched runways. And that just threw everything into turmoil. We have a couple of dispatchers that check in from now and then. They'll tell you, oh gosh, is that a nightmare? Because you either resequence in for the whatever operation they're doing now, or go to your alternate for fuel. There is none of this in the military. I love listening to it. We're low on fuel. Can we come in anyway? No. Go to your alternate. I always love that out of the tower. I'm a general. Go to your alternate. The only time I got a good chuckle in the military, well, I wasn't even in the military. I was on the civilian side, laughing my butt off at them. Thinking they could do whatever. Oh, it's hilarious. But anyway, yeah, they switched runways on us. Now, one caveat that kept us from a canceled flight, I think, it may not, they went to Austin for fuel. Don't know if that was their declared alternate or not. So it wasn't a long flight back, but you still got to sequence in. And once they got there, we were like an hour or two delayed. But oh my gosh. What a thunder, it was not a bad thunderstorm, but it was enough to disrupt the traffic in Dallas, Fort Worth. And of course, Dallas Love as well. And what a disruption they cause. But anyway, long story short, yeah, I know. Hey, let's get back to relaxing, enjoying the music, enjoying the flight, and hope you all have a great day. Again, FS Expo announced yesterday at the end of the convention there in Providence that it will be next year, June 12 through 14 in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Actually, St. Paul, I believe, is where it's going to be. I'm trying to find a poster for it so I can post it, let you all see it, pin it, and all that good stuff. But yeah, I'm trying my damnedest to be there. So that ought to be a blast up there in Minneapolis. Thank God it's not winter time. Then it would really be a blast of cold air. So fun times. I don't know much about Minneapolis other than the Mall of America, but hey, it's we're gonna have fun no matter what. But yeah, I have to decide if we're gonna drive it or fly it. Part of me wants to fly it. And I wish I could do it in a small plane. No, actually I don't, because June the weather can be really, oh no. I did that once. Everything, one of my flights, was it for private or did I have my private? I think it was for private. One of my cross countries. And Wright-Patterson was not forecasting for 6 hours thunderstorms. Okay, so the earliest forecast, and even well, my boss, I was the supervisor of flying when I wasn't flying, and janitor. She even looked at it and said, yeah, you should be okay to do 3 legs and get back here plenty of time. Thunderstorms had a different mind of their own. Coming in off my last leg into the airport, listening to the ATIS, seeing the oh my gosh in front of me, and going, I don't think I'm going here. I really don't. And I wasn't close enough to Springfield to land there. So I went back to where I started and called in and said, yeah, I think those storms got there a little quicker than we thought. And she goes, yeah, glad you turned around. She goes, you might have made it in, but good call on turning around and heading back to where you started. It was somewhere in Columbus. But yeah, and thinking back, maybe Circleville or Springfield could have been a good landing point. Wait, but where I went was good because that was kind of a known airport with the Aero Club, that other pilots could come bail me out if needed. Which actually, did that have to happen, or did I get finally? They subsided enough where I could get airborne, stay VFR out of thunderstorms and all the way. And I don't remember that part. But yeah, I'll never forget looking at those thunderstorms and going, oh yeah, we're not flying in that. I'm getting so much trouble. In a little Tomahawk, if I remember right too. It wasn't even a Cessna 172. Not to say there's much difference between the two, just a little bit more power in a 172 than a Tomahawk. So Piper Tomahawk, for those curious what a Tomahawk is. Fun little plane, like the Skipper and Beechcraft. Diamond 20, is it today? Kind of like them, except all glass and all of what's in them. All right, looks like we have some traffic headed to us on TCAS. Well, let's get outside and see. I think they're above us. There's the contrail. Right over the wingtip on the left side there of your screen. Triple seven coming at us. Think they're headed to San Diego out of DFW. But anyway, hey, welcome, welcome, welcome to the friendly skies. As 1669 flies over. Looks like Los Angeles Center has come online along with ground in San Diego. However, we're a good hour away. Well, not an hour, but we've been up and going for quite a while. So, all right. What a great flight so far. Enjoy the music. We got about an hour and 20 minutes or so to go. And we'll be on approach to Dallas Love Field. All right, we are back at it. We stand. Oh, I need to get some things back up here. Oh, we're about 50 minutes out of Dallas Love, and we have a controller there. So this ought to be a fun arrival. Gate 1 is my Kaharia. Knock, knock, knock. Welcome, welcome aboard. Glad to have y'all here. Weather in Dallas is still looking pretty decent. Here's the current weather in Dallas. You know what? I'm going to go ahead while I'm at it. Let you all read that first. So we got a wind currently 230 at 9. 10-mile visibility and a few clouds to bug us at 3,800 feet. Now, I'm going to bring charts up. I am doing well, Kaharia. I hope you are as well. I'm going to put my prediction in here. There we go. And then let's get charts in here because I want to alert us, and I'm kind of on the watch. Right about when we pass ink, I'm going to see if we're able to see this kind of red we have on the map here. So nice little cell. I'm kind of curious, will it be visible? I would think by now we would see it, but you know, hey, it's a flight sim. Who knows? So we are on our way. Ink is 56 miles or so ahead of us, so we'll get in a little closer and hopefully see it. Hopefully stay away from it as well. We're about to enter Fort Worth Center. And like I said, we do have ATC in Dallas. Not showing up yet on X-Pilot. But it's there. METAR-wise, or I'm sorry, currently their latest is 35 minutes old, the controller they're doing. I'm not sure if it's the approach or what, but they're still calling us 13 left, 13 right visual approaches, which makes sense with the METAR we just read. 35 minutes ago, the wind was 190 at 10 with gusts to 17. So we're going to have a little bit of a work on this approach. We are currently, if you were all here when we were in San Diego, we're planning the Bacher 4 RNAV approach onto the RNAV Whiskey 13 left. That's going to put us in pretty close to a visual. So my 32, yeah, it's freezing in Dallas. Oh wait, Celsius, never mind. 35 in Vienna. You know, look on the bright side, give it about a week, it should be over there at you, barring any hurricanes in the Atlantic. Oh, still love that story. That poor, oh, she was a great girl, our exchange student from Vienna. She was fantastic. But yeah, it wasn't freezing in Vienna. Yeah, you are 3 degrees above it. Again, Celsius makes the big difference. Yeah, when I told her when she was here for, well, she was here for the year. I said, now when you see the forecast and it says 0 degrees here, it's not 32, it's not the 0 you're going to be used to. It's actually 0 degrees Fahrenheit, which, what is that, like minus 10 or 15 Celsius? Yeah, it's cold when it says 0 here. uh, always fun. Always fun, the differences in different areas of the world. So, you are melting. Nah, I don't think yet, but you're close. I get it. We had that last week, and oh, wow. But we went, and I don't know if you did this in Vienna. We were in, I mean, it was chilly, we'll say. I'm hard to say that when the temperature is 70 degrees. It's in the 70s. But it's just not what you expect in June. And we had yet to top in the first 6 months of the year 90 degrees. Minus 18. Wow. Oh, we won't have any more exchange students, but that would have been fun to give her. But yeah, her eyes just kind of got like deer in the headlight look. Oh yeah, she's like, oh my gosh, yeah, it gets cold here, and just like it does there. And we also see the snow here in St. Louis. We saw pretty good snow this year. Some years, none. So, but yeah, it's oh yeah, we didn't see 90 until halfway through the month of June. So you can kind of imagine where we normally were. And then when we hit the calendar saying it's summer, boom, the temperature shot up to near 100. I was like, wow. So that really makes me wonder what summer is going to really be like. If we're going to pay for it now. All right, we're getting within about 17 miles of ink. We got anything out there? Let's look from the overhead, over the wing look. No, not really. All right, well, we're going to enjoy it anyway. We're in, looks like Clovis, New Mexico has ATC up. Interesting. And no longer. I called them out and no longer. All right, so we're looking at approach for Dallas to see if he has any words of wisdom. Probably not. Unline till 20 Zulu. Are we going to make that? Let's see. Oh, yeah, we'll get in there by 20Z. Rue, 1739. Is that Eric? That's from Canada. Wow. Got the potential for 3 more flights. All right, I am going to go ahead, kill the music. And let's take a look at what we're trying to do here. We'll see what approach allows when we get closer. All right, here's charts again. Now, what I was talking about here are the ATICs. Real world, yeah, Dallas does have a real love field, is part of the gang of airports that we can look up in flight from Tokyo, Japan. all the way in and see their ATIS that they broadcast. Unlike the airport I worked at, you can only hear it when you get close enough. All right, but let's switch to VATSIM because that's what's going to count. Arrival, departure, Delta 190, and they have no idea what they're doing. Wow, I haven't seen one like that in a long time. And it's 42 minutes old. Yeah, let's see. So we'll go off the real one still. Visual approaches 13 left, 13 right. A4 and A3 closed. Oh, taxiway alpha between A3 and, hang on a second, let's see if that's all on the north side, so that won't be a bothersome. Terminal 3, there's another terminal? I didn't know that. I only knew of this one. I don't even know where signature hides over there. So anyway, we're coming into here. That's our gate. Right there's number 1. So we'll come in off Bravo and right into gate 1. Aren't we just special? Okay, now with the, let's see if they've corrected that. Nope, they have not. All right, I wonder if it really is saying that. Okay, so you can see what the backer 4 looks like. The backer 4 on chart looks like this. Big toe to Shilly to Anks to Punky. You can follow along with the altitude and speed restrictions. Need, Breeze, Tuffet, 9,000 feet. Then we have Rivley, and Big Tex. Big Tex is a hard altitude of 5,000. Oh, Breeze is 9,000 as well. So, and by the way, getting all the way to here, we stay at 240, no slower, no faster. Round the corner to backer. Up here, let's see, Lone Star approach. Sorry, kind of cracks me up. Okay. Transition level 18,000 and turbojet only. Here's one of those. Told you guys, look up here real quick. When you're into any chart, always look at the requirements. DME, DME, IRU, we got all of those. Radar, we have one of those. RNAV 1, we're qualified, kind of, sort of, maybe. But then you'll find where it says possibly what's allowed on it. In this case, turbojet only. So if you're flying a Dash 8, got to find a different approach. And then there's more over here. We'll file this procedure landing south. Okay, yeah, that's because we're coming in on the one. If they flip it, we're screwed. We'll have to reprogram everything pretty quick. When Dallas is landing north, expect, and they, oh, at least this one tells you the dry RNAV, Shilly transition, and so forth. So, you know, there is some good information if you look up here at the top. All right, now let's switch to our RNAV. Okay, real quick, the important stuff is right up here in the briefing strip. Again, Lone Star approach. Love Tower, and so that probably is our CTAF. If we even need it. We'll be on approach, so we may not need it. But then it's an RNAV, so no frequencies. 133 for our final approach course. Again, technically don't need it. Kumte, Comte, let's see, that's our initial approach fix. And that's 1,600 feet MSL, 1,115 feet radar altimeter. RNIP 0.11, DA 754 MSL, 260. I think we're gonna set, we'll see. We'll check out what we can set. Probably 270. The airport's at 487 feet. Missed approach out to Dumpy. And anything else we need is right here. So knock me around the horn to CGAP into the airport. CGAP, by the way, is 2.5 miles out. Two miles. Let's just call it 2 miles out. So we're going to be down in the groove coming in. And probably at about 745 feet a minute, thereabouts for our approach. Hopefully we can couple this all up. And then our minimums, again, we can accept 003 on the METAR for broken and overcast minimum, half-mile visibility or an RVR of 24. PAPIs should be on the right-hand side. We'll see how all of this transpires as we get closer. Again, landing 1-3. My guess, Mike 2, if we're lucky, probably take it to the end. We'll see, though. And again, gate 1. That's our planned, unless someone's parked in it since I've talked about it. Wow, a lot of storms building up to our north. Let's. I'm gonna pull this down real quick. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's some possibilities of storms out there. Just can't really see them. But things are going to start clearing up for the most part, hopefully, as we get closer and closer and closer to Dallas Love. According to the gauge, we're about 150, roughly, miles from top of descent. And that's going to do it for our arrival. Okay, our first fix we're aiming for is Angst at 24, Punky at 15, plus we got to be at 280. All righty, so call it about 45 out, 14. All right. So about 40 miles from Chile should be our descent point. All right, let me check something here. 32. Landing weight. Let's go 125.7. Go, 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 Speed Racer. Go, go, Gadget. All right, well, the cool thing is, yeah, about like we thought, about 2/3, 3/4 of the way down the runway if we hit everything right. Of course, it's in meters, which we can't change, but we're looking at 143. Okay, I'm going to go back to SimBrief, and I'm going to just do this without pulling it up for y'all. 1-3 left. That all looks good. Calculate. They've got us at a VAP of 136. Speed brakes, or auto brakes 3, which we're planning. And we're going to need 6,900 feet of runway. 5,300, call it 5,400 feet. But when we factor in landing distances, we're going to be just shy of the whole runway. So, is there a displace threshold? Looks like there might be. So that's why. Okay. Yeah. It's displaced. 7,700 is how long it is. 7,300. So yeah, we have a displacement. So, all right, that'll work. So there you have it. We are ready for approach. A couple of cells look like they could be back there. Okay, we're about 70 miles out from the start of the Backer 4 arrival. Curious when Dallas is going to want us to talk to him on approach. 125.025 we'll put in. Who knows? Okay, we're ready when they want us. Kaharia's Happy Landing Channel. All right, we are coming up. Big toe, BGTOE. And then it's a few miles after that, and we start our descent. See if we'll get some winds from Sembrief. Oh, no wind data. All right, well, bummer. And 18,000, so that's good. All right, now once we set our altitude up here, we have a couple of ways to start a descent. We can click Alt Intervene right under 37,000. We can hit VS and set the speed going down feet per minute. I was thinking there was a way to do it in the angle, but I guess I'm thinking Airbus. And then finally descent now on the FMC. Now, if you have the, I think it's called A2 version of the FMC here, how you would know, these three buttons, climb, cruise, descent, would be gone and replaced with a VNav. Click VNav, next page, and you'll be there. Menu. Nope, I didn't think that would be there. Can we get an ATIS? Nope, but I can for DAL. Okay, currently as of 17:53, hour 3-minute old. 190 at 10, gust 17, and 3002. Okay. Bad Attitude showed me this once. This shows we were out at 16:43, off at 16:56. Okie doke. We are closing in. All right, so we have not our, well, we'll go ahead. We're within 40. Why not? Okay, I'm going to set 24 over here, top of descent on the nav display. Alternate for today, Shreveport, Louisiana. Hundred or so miles off to the east. All right, I am about to go ahead and start our descent. You know, this auto ATC that we get in the States here, some of the airports they don't cover crack me up. And they don't give us any information on this. Atlanta was one, unless I started descending before they told me to. That one caught me really off guard. Much of the Northeast, Chicago, Indianapolis, all of them have it, but maybe Dallas, Fort Worth, maybe not. It was really quite hilarious. I'm not a fan of it. I like the giving us a squawk code part, but the downside is that telling us when to descend and all is not so cool when it forgets some airports and not others. All right, so we're not in approach. Well, we're way too high for approach right now. I say we start our descent. And we may not go any faster than 1,000 feet a minute. I know our Allegiant flight from Mesa, I know we were descending. But again, very flat like this. So you really didn't know until things changed. You could tell the aircraft was steepening and all of that. And that's when the seatbelt sign came on. It wasn't at top of descent like many think. They let it gradually come down, and it was really kind of fun. I actually enjoyed that. That was pretty close. Well, I was on an A319, but that was pretty close the way my seat looked. Or was it more like this on that side? Anyway, really liked it. We were in an exit seat. My wife's tall, so it really helps to get the extra leg room. I know for anyone it's always nice, but for the taller, bigger people out there, that little extra leg room given because of an exit is appreciated. As when our kids were young, so we're the front couple of rows, so you can help, working with the kids and all. All right, we're about to wrap this up. We're about 15 minutes out of Dallas, the big D, and putting this down on 1-3 left. There's not going to be, well, there could be another stream after this, but it's not going to be flying per se. It's going to be more ground training on the 747 with the LTN. Just a heads up, I haven't decided if I'm going to stream it or not. I'm trying to build myself some way of knowing. So what happened on the Seattle Minneapolis flight where I was just the video was nowhere near where I needed it to be, and I just need to know a couple things while I'm on the ground what I can do, and then the rest can be done in the air at our leisure, that I can have set up. So all I did when I did my first test was align and put in a flight plan. Now I want to try and fine tune everything. So I don't know if I'm going to stream it or not. Whoa. But I may put that on just as a stream, and not record for YouTube. No worries, she just woke up. Okay, that's looking good. And hopefully we have new weather here. Boy, I really hope they don't try to change these runways. All right, we've set the altitude to breeze at 9,000. We should be able to clear all of our hurdles in between here and there. After Punky, we need to be 11 to 10,000 in 18 miles, which shouldn't be a problem. So, and then then breeze at 9,000. So that ought to not a problem, and slowed. All right, there's 18,000. 10 minutes. All right, folks, sorry about that. The junior officer was in the house. And for those of you flying, Albuquerque Center looks like they just came online. And we stand at about 5:10. No, about 9 minutes out. Okay, we are approaching. Yep, we'll be within our altitudes here momentarily. Once we cross need, we'll. We need to slow to 250. As you can see, the clouds are starting to form, so it could get a little. Maybe there'll be some storms today in the Big D. Who knows? Right after Need, it's Breeze at 9,000 and Tuffet at 9,000. All right, we got the RNIP information up. We're 45 miles out of Dallas Love. Kind of shocked why they're not talking to us.
November 60155, contact DFW Tower 126.55, good day.
12655, we'll see you at 155.
American 2553, contact DFW Tower 126.55, good day. Contacting Tower, thanks for your help, American 253.
Approach Southwest 5211 on the Bracker 4 for 13 left at Dallas Love.
1,000 to go.
Southwest 5211, DFW, or correction, Lone Star approach, good afternoon. Would you like 13 left or 13 right?
We're set up for 13 left for the RNAV whiskey.
Southwest 5211, roger, expect RNAV whiskey, you're only 13 left.
13 left whiskey RNAV for Southwest 5211 and might need some on that approach.
Yeah.
Lone Star departure, Delta 229er, 11,000 feet at Quartz.
Delta 229, Lone Star departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 17,000.
Climb and maintain 17,000, 229er.
Okay. Coming up to Tuffet, and then we'll start setting up for a bit more of descents down to 5,000. Oh, nice little lake. You can see how this approach is going to be. We're going to kind of pass the airport and then drop in on it. How's that sound? Kind of like a fighter approach. You know, that's sometimes how Southwest flies. All right, we're going break 3.
Departure Southwest 2377, holding short 13 right at Charlie. Southwest 2377, wind 240 at 10, gust 17, runway 13 right, clear for takeoff. 13 right, clear for takeoff, Southwest 2377. Delta 229, climbing out of my airspace, further climb at your discretion, frequency change approved, good day.
Frequency change approved, Delta 229er.
Okay, let's see here. All right, we'll be setting our minimum is... I think it was 270. We'll verify. Oh, actually, I could set it. I'm going to set 270. We were 269, so that's perfect. And okay, we got that. We're back at our speed. We're okay.
Southwest 2377, radar contact, climb and maintain 17,000, say altitude leaving. Leaving 3,900 up to 17,000 for Southwest 2377.
All right. What do we start this sucker at? 4,000. Perfect. We just hang here. No faster than 230. So once we get turned here, we're going to slow up to 210. And as we begin the turn for the runway, I'm going to slow us to VREF. Or V approach, my bad. Which we're going to set at 140. Stand by. I know we had a lot of discrepancy here. We're going to set it at 145. Okay, altitude is set, altitude approach set. We don't have ILSV card is set, minimum set. Flaps will begin to deploy once we start downwind. Auto brake is set. Landing gear will come down on E-Bear, or we may do it at Woobag just to help us slow up. But This way I can clear the
North Star approach, or Lone Star approach, 155 is 2,600, climbing 30,000.
November 60155, Lone Star departure radar contact, and are you ready for vectors for localizer 18 right?
We are ready for those vectors, 155.
November 60155, roger, turn right heading 340.
Right heading 340, 155.
Departure United 2174 with you, passing 3,000 on the Darts Z departure.
United 2174, Lone Star departure radar contact, climb and maintain 1000.
Climb and maintain 1000, United 2174.
Southwest 2377, forward center is offline, change to advisor frequencies approved. Have a great day.
Good day, Southwest 2377.
United 2174, climb and maintain 14,000.
Climb and maintain 14,000, United 2174.
Southwest 5211, descend and maintain 4,000.
Down to 4,000, Southwest 5211.
November 60155, turn right heading 360.
360, 155, and this approach is going to end in a full stop into Fort Worth, 155.
155, road.
To go.
All right, folks, we are just about ready for the approach. Dallas Love. Not in the picture yet, but it's kind of looming. Should be there real soon.
United 2174, climb and maintain 17,000.
Climb 17,000, United 2174.
Okay, there's Bacher.
Southwest 5211, cross Noke at 4,000, cleared RNAV, whiskey, runway 13 left approach.
Cross Noke me at 4,000, cleared for the RNAV 13 left whiskey, Southwest 5211. That looks like the airport right there.
United 2174, Fort Worth Center is offline, change to advisor frequencies approved. Have a good day.
Switching to advisory, thanks, United 2174.
November 60155, turn right heading 090.
Right heading 090155.
Thousand to go.
Southwest 5211, wind 240 at 10, gust 17, runway 13 left, clear to land.
Cleared to land, 13 left, Southwest 5211.
November 60155, descend and maintain 2,400.
2,400, 155.
November 60155, turn right heading 160, join the runway 18 right, localizer.
Right heading 160 to join the localizer for 18 right, 155. And just out of curiosity, I got the, on my chart, I got the minimum IFR altitude before Legri as 3,000 instead of 2,400. Is that what you got?
60155, really the only one, we look at our minimum vectoring altitude, and as long as you're above that, it doesn't really matter if you're below the ones outside of the final approach fix.
Oh, okay. Is that the same as in the real world too? 155.
Yeah, you'll get vectored in below the altitude sometimes, depending on the traffic and like if they're doing simultaneous approaches and stuff. But I just send you down a little early so that you're not stepping down.
I appreciate it. Thanks, 155.
Well,
60155, you're 2 miles from Netty, maintain 2,400 till established, cleared localizer, runway 18 right approach.
Maintain 2,400
that's
till established,
probably one of the
cleared,
better
localizer, 18 right
RNAVs I've
approach,
flown.
155.
Wow. That's like the one I did into LaGuardia. You'd think I've actually done this in the real world. Not.
November 60155, contact DFW Tower 126.55. Have a good day.
12655, you too, 155.
$80.
Had a feeling I'd use the whole runway.
Southwest 5211, right turn at the end, taxi to parking this frequency. Have a great day.
Right turn at the end of parking, Southwest 5211. Have a great day as well. Thank you. All right, we're here, and that was a fun approach. Whoa, we're getting that again. Where the rudder's kicking one way. We'll take a look outside, make sure everything's okay. It's the yaw damper. That's what's happening. All right, to the gate, we need the EPU. All right, now this could get fun figuring out gate 1.
Potential aircraft Lone Star approach will be right back.
I don't know if you just saw that or not. Let me zoom in. See how it's cocking off to one side? I have no idea what's causing that.
American 2011 is heading up to 4,000 feet.
So that's where we were having troubles on the taxi.
American 2011, good afternoon.
American 2011, Lone Star departure, radar contact, climb
All
and
right.
maintain 17,000.
Shut down. We need
17,000, much of that.
4 units. Flaps are indeed up. Flight directors off. Make sure the landing, those taxi lights are off. Okay, and APU bleed.
Lone Star approach, Southwest 51, request taxi, runway 13 left, LV. Southwest 51, Lone Star departure, good afternoon, runway 13 left, taxi via Mike. Taxi via Mike, Southwest 51.
2 hours, 46 minutes. All right, we're in the blocks. We had a pretty good flight.
Departure, good afternoon, American 817, passing 1,700 to 340.
American 2011, you're climbing out of my airspace, change to advisor frequency approved.
Wait, sorry?
American 817, Lone Star departure, radar contact, climb and maintain 17,000.
Climb maintain 17,000, American 870.
Is that going to repeat that?
American 2011, you're climbing out of my airspace. If you want to continue your climb, you'll switch over to Unicom. And I see you're coming back to DFW. Just give me a call about 40 miles out on your way back.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we're unloading people. All right, the jetway just isn't working here. Who knows? Let's see. Oh, really? Oh, well. We had fun flying it. We forgot to start ACARS. Oh, well. Let's see how we did. Yeah, that is such a weird issue with LevelUp. Oh, much better numbers. 226 at 142. I feel so much better finally. Oh, finally a good landing. We've had some pretty rough ones lately. But that's all you're going to get from Elevatech, Volanta, and a lot of the flight trackers out there. We're going to go and switch to the one that gives you a little bit more to work from and learn from. And they were nicer to us on this, 181 feet a minute. All right, let's complete it. Boy, that's a bummer. We forgot to start ACARS. Oh well, story of my life. And we still get credit for it, 181. All right, so we flew 2 hours, 55 minutes, 1,000 miles, 6,400 kilograms of fuel, and 1.4 Gs on that landing. Not bad. A lot better than, so definitely with this airplane, either throw it away, get a fresh version put in, and only go to 1.4 maybe instead of 4.1, because that's where Zebo is, and see how that works, or we just fly the 800 version. Anyway, why I like Sim Toolkit is this picture. A picture is worth 1,000 words. The video, a little more, but it doesn't give you numbers like you get on the right-hand side or above it. Landed just shy of 1,800 feet down the runway. It's a 752-foot runway, usable. Was, hang on, I'll get it to you momentarily, 7,350 feet. So we lose about 400 feet in that displacement, which I really don't see 400 feet of that runway. Okay, well, maybe now that I look at it, yeah. And that displacement is right here. So technically where the threshold line is, that's where your real world supposed to land. Flight sim, I don't care if you land in the water. Won't do good for your performance, but you know, hey, if you're with a VA. But hey, each hash marks 1,000 or 500 feet down the runway. So when you look in the air, you'll see these big landing marks. Clear as day in visual approaches. That's where we try to aim the aircraft to. Yeah, a lot of times we float, as you see. But you can see your PAPIs, they line you up here. Your glide slope lines you up here with your, well, we don't have an ILS, but you're lined up for this point on the runway. And we did pretty good. I mean, we kept it under 2,000 feet. We were 6 feet off the center line. You know, that's what's called a really good landing. Eventually, yeah, I knew it. We'd take the whole runway. And we ended up parking right where that one is. So like I said, that's why I am more apt to go with Sim Toolkit than any of the others. Also, I don't go with Volanta for the very simple reason there's a lot of hidden payware in there. And I just don't want to pay for this. If I have to pay for it, I don't want it. Fact that it's completely free, nothing to pay for, is a huge plus for Sim Toolkit. Elevatech currently is all free. We'll see how they continue to evolve, how that'll become down the road, but they're doing real good. It is public release now. So hope you all take advantage. It's, like I said, pretty good. All right, so we're going to get outside the plane and try and figure out
American 817, climb out of my airspace. Fort Worth
what
Center
the
is
heck
offline.
is
Change
going
your
on with it.
Approved. Have a great day.
But there you have it in down in the Big D. Now I have to go in and delete that flight. Hang on. There we go. All right. Like I said, that was a huge bummer. I would have loved to have been able to then pick up and go on from here, which I will. But it was just, it would have been nice to have recorded a decent landing for Millennium Aviation. So, well, you know, we'll get another one here soon. All right, well, there you have it, folks. Another flight in the books. We're just going to go ahead and call it. It's almost 3 o'clock here, and we got things in the family and with our grandchild we want to do. So I am just going to call it. If I do anything with that LTN, I'll probably do it all offline until I get what and how I want to fly with that figured out. So, and there goes Southwest 51. We'll watch him clear out. Whoa, that's what my aircraft did on the way out of Phoenix. Dropped a wing. Today it did not. That was awesome. Today it flew good until it got here. And then it got real squirrely on the runway. So, oh well, not real squirrely on the...
Southwest 51, we're 1,500, climbing 8,000. Southwest 51, radar contact, climb and maintain 17,000. Up to 17,000, Southwest 51.
So we'll figure it all out. So you all have a fantastic night, and we will see you on the next flight. You know, now I was going to do a replay, but no, we're going to just head on out. So you all have a great week. God bless you all, and we'll be back at it again for sure Friday. Who knows? You may get an earlier flight out of us. God bless. Here I am trying to shout it out to y'all, and I'm muted. I want to thank Ramsey Hardman for the gift sub to Coat, what was his Coat Cutter? Kaharia for joining us. Iowa Scotsman with the great news about FSX Expo next year. And hope you all really do have a fantastic night. God bless.